to please come in. And then for the CODs and principals, if you have staff in the offices, to please request them to come so that we can try to fill in the auditorium. Thank you. We are just about to start. Members of the strategic plan, members of the strategic planning committee, could you please come to where Professor Sila is? Oh, behind you. All right. All right. Could come. Yes, thank you.
The Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology invites you to apply for degrees, master's and PhD programs in the College of Health Sciences, COHES. The college offers competitive, industry-driven programs in the School of Medicine, Nursing, Pharmacy, Biomedical Sciences, and Public Health. The School of Nursing has bachelor's programs tailored for upgrading nursing courses, offering part-time mode of study. The college has state-of-the-art teaching and research infrastructure, offering cutting-edge research output and providing solutions to emerging global challenges in the health sector. The college works in collaboration with research institutions and hospitals such as the Kenya Medical Research Institute and Thika Level 5 Hospital respectively, providing students with a wholesome training experience. Through well-structured and strategic partnerships, students in COHES get relevant exposure, training rounds and internships both locally and internationally. The highly qualified, dedicated and experienced faculty at the college offer a conducive and participatory learning environment and is home to a diverse and vibrant student community. Great stories begin here. You too can start your journey to making your dreams come true by joining JKUAT. Applications are ongoing. To apply online, visit admission.jkuat.ac.ke. JKUAT, setting trends in higher education research, innovation, and entrepreneurship. Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology is guided by a clear vision as a university of global excellence in training, research, innovation, and entrepreneurship for development. The university has a diversity of academic programs, research and innovation enterprise. JKUAT has 5 colleges offering over 400 academic programs. The colleges are Engineering and Technology, Pure and Applied Sciences, Health Sciences, Agriculture and Natural Sciences, and Human Resource Development. Since its inception, JKUAT has been at the forefront in fostering a culture of research and innovation among faculty and students. The university's modern teaching and research infrastructure, as well as a blend of local and internationally sourced innovative students and qualified faculty, gives JKUAT an edge in facilitating the attainment of Africa's development aspirations. Besides, JKUAT is proactive in Africa's development, mainly through various research initiatives. In 2012, for example, JKUAT won a competitive bid to host the Pan-African University Institute for Basic Sciences, Technology and Innovation, a graduate hub that has thrust JKUAT at the center of Africa's integration and development through graduate training and research. The establishment of various centers of excellence through extensive collaborations and partnerships with government, academia and industry has incubation of research into viable commercial ventures that are beneficial to society. Due to this, more top-notch research enterprises at JKUAT have earned the university a much-needed prestige not only in Kenya but in sub-Saharan Africa. JKUAT is, for example, home to the Legume Center of Excellence for Food Nutrition Security, Cassava Virology Lab, EU-funded Food Fortification Lab, and Innovation Prototyping Center, among others. JKUAT is also host to the China-funded Sino-Africa Joint Research Center, which has been at the forefront in advancing biodiversity research and conservation in the continent. In addition, JKUAT is home to Africa's only International Maritime Technology Cooperation Center, fronted by International Maritime Organization to champion research in the emerging blue economy. With an enrollment of over 35,000 students, JKUAT is currently repositioning as Africa's leading entrepreneurial university. Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology is guided. Do you have a keen interest in food science, agriculture and related fields? Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology welcomes you to the College of Agriculture and Natural Resources, COANRE. The college is nurturing the next generation of revered professionals and change agents to take over the industry. COANRE has 3 schools offering bachelor's, master's and PhD programs. The college has state-of-the-art teaching and research infrastructure, offering cutting-edge research output, and has been at the forefront of providing solutions to emerging global challenges in the fields of food security and climate change. The highly qualified and experienced faculty at the college offers a conducive and participatory learning environment and is home to a vibrant student community. Through well-structured industry partnerships,
we can. Good morning, everyone. To this year.
do you have a keen interest in food science, agriculture and related fields? Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology welcomes you to the College of Agriculture and Natural Resources, COANRE. The college is nurturing the next generation of revered professionals and change agents to take over the industry. COANRE has 3 schools offering bachelor's, master's and PhD programs. college has state-of-the-art teaching and research infrastructure, offering cutting-edge research output, and has been at the forefront of providing solutions to emerging global challenges in the fields of food security and climate change. The highly qualified and experienced faculty at the college offers a conducive and participatory learning environment and is home to a vibrant student community. Through well-structured industry partnerships, students in Koanre get relevant exposure and internships both locally and internationally. Great stories begin here. You too can start your journey to making your dreams come true by joining JKUAT. Applications are ongoing. To apply online, visit admission.jkuat.ac.ke.
Again, good morning, everyone. Welcome to this auspicious event. Number one is to request the senior members of staff just to come a line ahead, so that it's not nice for our guests to see some empty spaces here. So if you can just come, just over here. Kujeni mbele kidogo. Yes. Thank you. Our guests, Chairman of Council, Council members, Senators, Director Pausti, Director JKUAT, Director JKUAT, Senators, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. So I'd like to welcome you to this event where we shall be receiving a seminar by our Chair of Council, and then we launch some important strategic documents. So as we start, I would like to invite Professor Lawrence Njoroge to lead us in a word of prayer, and then we take it from there. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Kindly let us rise for a word of prayer. And this prayer is going to be inspired by a short reading from Matthew chapter 24:14 and the following. It will be as when a person who was going on a journey called in his servants and entrusted his possessions to them. To one he gave 5 talents, to another 2, to a third 1, to each according to their ability. Then he went away. Immediately the one who received the 5 talents went and traded with them, and made another 5. Likewise, the one who received 2 made another 2. But the one who received 1 went off and dug a hole in the ground and buried his master's money. After a long time, the master of those servants came back and settled accounts with them. And the one who had received the 5 talents came forward, bringing the additional 5. He said, Master, you gave me 5 talents. See, I have made 5 more. His master said to him, Well done, my good and faithful servant. Since you have been faithful on small matters, I will give you great responsibilities. Come, share in the joy of your master. And then the one who had received 2 talents also came forward and said, Master, you gave me 2 talents. See, I have made 2 more. His master said to him, Well done, my good and faithful servant. Since you are faithful in small matters, I will give you great responsibilities. Come, share in the joy of your master. Then the one who had received 1 talent came forward and said, Master, I knew you are a demanding person, harvesting where you did not plant and gathering where you did not scatter. So out of fear, I went off and buried your talent in the ground. Here, have it back. And his master said to him in reply, You wicked, lazy servant, so you knew that I harvest where I did not plant and gather where I did not scatter. Should you not then have put my money in the bank, so that I could have got it back with interest on my return? Now then, take this talent from him and give it to him who has 10. Lord, we want to thank you for everything. We want to thank you because of this opportunity as we gather here to launch the strategic plan, the new university website, and the university policies. We beseech you to bless our institution, JKUAT, its leadership. We ask you to bless our chair of council, Dr. Mika Onsando, and the entire council here present. The university management led by Professor Victoria Mbwengomi, members of staff, students, parents, and all collaborators. You have charged us to be a university whose mandate is research, teaching, 3, innovation, 4, globalization, collaboration, industrialization, and entrepreneurship. We ask you to give us your spirit so that we may continue to fulfill all these matters in this mandate. And this we ask through Christ our Lord. Amen. Can you let us be seated?
First, do the national anthem, East African anthem, and the JKUAT anthem. But I'll request that we only do one stand led by our choir that we shall also enjoy on Friday. So again, please stand for the national anthem. Thank you. A round of applause, and you shall sit. So as they settle, I am Dr. Patrick Mbindio, the Acting Registrar, Research, Production and Extension Division. As we start, some few instructions. So number one, the washrooms are behind us. So should you feel the need, please exit from the door on the back over there, and then you can access the washrooms. I would also like to ask members to please have your phones on silent so that we do not get distracted by loud ringtones. So kindly, either quiet or just silent. Then number three is to introduce guests here. I believe we have our chief guest, a representative from the ministry. Yes. Just say hi. You'll get an opportunity later. Thank you. Thank you. You also have a representative from Kiambu County. Karibu sana, karibu sana. Thank you. Chairman of Council, welcome. Yes, thank you. Other council members? Asante, thank you. We can give applause, it is a good day. Thank you, Asante. We also have a representative from KU, Kenyatta University, our mother, karibu sana. Yes. Yes, we have Deputy Vice Chancellors here. I think I can see them over here. Karibuni. We also have, thank you, senior management. I would call them senators. Habari zenu. Strategic Planning Committee, I believe you're somewhere. You can just lift up your hand. Asante. Then we have our choir. Thank you very much for the songs. We shall hear you again. And ladies and gentlemen, so yes, University of Embu, karibu sana, karibu, pole, karibu, welcome. Yes. Africa AI Japan, I believe we have a representative. Hello, karibu sana. Yes. Director Pausti, hello. Thank you. With that, the program is as follows. We have two sessions. The first session is the seminar by our Chairman of Council, and then from there, I shall hand over the mic to Dr. Wanyama to lead us in the next session, which shall be the launch of the documents. And with this, let me invite the DVC RPE to give his remarks, invite the Vice Chancellor, and then she invites the Chairman of Council. Thank you.
The chief guest, the representative, State Department of Higher Education and Research, the representative, County Government of Kiambu, Chair of Council and Council members present, our vice chiefs, principals, deans, directors, chairpersons of departments, JKUAT staff, our guests from Embu University and from Kenyatta University, all guests present, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Allow me to make a few remarks concerning research and innovation in this university. Over the years, this university has actually come up with so many innovations, so many outputs from our researches. But the commercialization bit has been a challenge. I think the only product that we can proudly say as JKUAT we have commercialized is the tissue culture banana. The tissue culture banana is not only we not only sell it in Kenya but also across East Africa and even in the region, African region. In this university, we really encourage staff and students to carry out research and also come up with innovations. We have 2 events that we hold every year. We have the Open Day. Open Day is a staff-led or staff-driven event, an event where all colleges staff showcase their research outputs and innovations. We usually have that event or hold that event around end of August. Towards the end of every year, around November, we have another event which is students driven, which we refer to as Tech Expo. And our students also showcase their research outputs and innovations. That way, over the years, in this university, we have so many innovations. But now it is high time we moved to the next stage of commercializing some of them. And therefore, a chairman of council, to us, the talk that you are going to give is very important because it is where we have been wanting to go as a university. And that is where we want to go as a university. If we are able to commercialize some of our innovations, it will also give us an alternative source of income. So really, we are looking forward to hear from you because it's actually what we have been feeling. We need, that is where we need to take our research and innovation outputs to commercialization. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. I now wish to invite our Vice Chancellor, Professor Victoria Wambui, to make our remarks and invite the Chairman of Council. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Can you hear me? Okay. Our chief
Kampala, represented here today, very ably represented by Madam Janima, who is in charge of research in the Ministry of Education.
His Excellency Dr. Kimani Wamatangi, Governor Kiambu, ably represented today here by Madam Nancy Gashungwa, who is in charge of the Kiambu Education Office, EECM. The representatives who are here from the various universities, representing my fellow vice chancellors, and I know there are many. There is our neighbor here, KU, who is represented very well by Dr. Oduor, Professor Oduor, karibu sana. There is also Embu University, VC, represented here by Professor Rukaria, karibu sana. And also all our visitors who are here. I can see our very good partners, Africa I-Japan is here, and our university, which is here, Pausti. I can see the director who is here, Karibuni Sana. I should really not forget our very able and honorable chairman of council, Dr. Micah Onsando, who is also going to be talking to us today about a very important topic, which is in our heart. The University Management Board. I can also see the whole of the University Senate is here. I can see some students who are here, both undergraduate and postgraduate students. Our esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, karibuni sana to our function today. I'm pleased to welcome you to Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology and to the launch event for the university's 2023-2027 strategic plan. The strategic plan was developed in compliance with the revised guidelines for preparation of fifth generation strategic plans 2023-2027, which was issued by the State Department of Economic Planning. In addition, JKUAT adopted a broad-based consultative approach in the drafting and validation of the strategic plan. I would like to express our sincere appreciation for the great guidance and support that we received from the State Department of Economic Planning in the course of preparation of our strategic plan. JKUAT also engaged diverse internal and external stakeholders, many of whom are represented here today, and we want to thank you, including the host community, our suppliers, development partners, unions, regulatory and professional bodies, industry, staff, students, alumni, and the general public whose ideas were incorporated in the final plan. Ladies and gentlemen, for the last 2 decades, JKUAT has leveraged strategic planning as a way of ensuring effective delivery of its mandate through efficient and sustainable use of resources, as well as compliance with the set regulations governing operations of. Now, in developing the 2023-2027 strategic plan, the university paid close attention to national, regional, and global development frameworks, such as bottom-up economic Agenda 2063 and the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, Africa Agenda 2063, and the I've mentioned the Sustainable Goals. Such considerations are primed to ensure that our activities in the university are answering to the development aspirations of humanity as a whole. JKUAT is today one of the most preferred public universities in Kenya. Our faculty and students have developed many technologies in value addition, agricultural production, green energy adoption, sustainable buildings, healthcare, among others. We are also home to 2 subsidiary companies, namely JKUAT Enterprises or JKUAT and JKUAT Industrial Park or JKUAT. From JKUAT Enterprises, you can get a wide range of products such as instant foods, animal feeds, and grafted seedlings, while the JKUAT Industrial Park, JKUAT, is home to state-of-the-art, locally assembled an assembly plant capable of manufacturing a wide range of consumer, corporate, and educational electronic devices, including laptops, tablets, smartphones, and e-learning access points under our brand Taifa. I think in many of our offices, our dear visitors, you'll find us using this Taifa laptop. This plan, which is anchored on 6 key result areas, namely policy, leadership and governance, market-driven training, research, innovation and extension, administration and operational services, financial management, and resource mobilization will significantly help JKUAT to remain competitive through innovation, adaptability, and resource adequacy. Alongside the strategic plan, we are also launching today 10 policies governing various issues, including credit transfer, award of honorary degrees, intellectual property management, security, student attachment, and alcohol, drug, and substance abuse prevention. So these are policies which have gone through all the processes, including Senate and Council, and they are being launched today. I'm also happy to inform you that the university has completed redesigning of the JKUAT website. The new website to be unveiled today will significantly boost our global visibility while strengthening our communication and information dissemination to different stakeholders. We remain committed to the ideals of academic vigor, research excellence, and community service. Our university is also a research university, and many of the professors who are sitting here, and I tell them whether you are a lecturer, senior lecturer, associate professor, I call them all professors, Mr. Chairman, because that's what they are aiming to be. They are very active in research. And ladies and gentlemen, we have some of the most interesting results from our able professors and their students. But once we produce those results and innovation, the next step is where the problem is. And today we are so honored to have with us our Chairman of Council, who is in commercialization and the next step for innovations. So we are seated here today, very eagerly waiting to hear from you, sir, as you tell us, when I get my results with my students and I come up with an innovation, what next? So we are eagerly waiting to hear from you. So we call on all our partners to join us as we embark on this very exciting journey, guided by our new strategic plan, using our new policies, and using the ideas that we are going to receive today from our very able chairman. So, ladies and gentlemen, members of Senate, and all students and staff who are here and our visitors, can you give our chairman a big clap as he comes here to give us his talk? Karibu sana, chairman.
Good morning. I am extremely delighted to be here this morning, and even more particularly delighted to be associated with this university and with the intellectuals in the room. I recognize the guests who have come from neighboring universities and from Kiambu County and from the Ministry of Agriculture. You know, that is our mother. So when Agriculture is here, we will behave very well. It's not agriculture? Education. Education is our mother, sorry. So we will behave very well. I'm glad to see my colleagues from the council and my Professor Duo from Kenyatta University, at least one of the professors that I know. And indeed, the Deputy Vice Chancellor is here and most of the professors that I've met. And I'm students in the room. This is a subject that is very, very close to my heart. And I don't want to be like that gentleman who buried you had the verse that was read. I want to tell my master at the end of the day that you gave me this and I'm delivering more. Yeah? And I'm hopeful that that is the thing in this room. This is not working. Yeah. This is the only university that is referred as University of Technology and Agriculture. The rest are just a university. So for us, and what? And agriculture. So we are adequately differentiated already. And we have a mandate to contribute to human capital, just like all other universities. But we also have a mandate to contribute to security, food nutrition, manufacturing, through our engineering school, etc., etc. And to be part of the journey to transform, economic transformation of Kenya. That is a huge mandate that we are carrying on our shoulders. This university has a wonderful history in human capital development, in delivery of proof of concept sort of technologies, which are in applications global, regional, continental. And the problem really is these sort of proof of concept technologies cannot grow, are supposed to contribute to the national economy, to job creation, and basically impact people positively. And this gap of commercialization has been picked by the council and leadership of this university. It's not just me. We have all picked this collectively, and therefore we want to address it. And the reason we are addressing this is because we also intend to create an alternative financial stream for the university. In our economy, every university has been asked to make some money. So this is one of the strategies that will make us create an extra financial stream. For me to do this, I have to do some situational analysis. What is happening? What is on the ground? And this university takes pride currently in a number of products. And this performance is not a mean performance. It's really a good performance. You can see that this Eucalyptus banana is in green because this is the flagship product of the university. We have done well in grafted avocado seedlings. We have done well in a number of fruit tree seedlings. But we have also products like mango juice, orange juice, yogurt. We have lactates and wheelchairs. So if we have all this, then why the effort? Why should we bother? We have all these products. Other than tissue culture, most of those products are not adequately differentiated to compete out there. And they have a weak value proposition. Weak value proposition means that you cannot say that what makes this product tick is this. And if you are not adequately, if you don't have a product that is adequately differentiated, then that product cannot compete at the marketplace. When we come to juices, we are producing mango, orange, and yogurt. And it's very difficult to compete with the Monte, Brookside, etc. If we sell these products as they are. Because they want as a name, Brookside as a name, they have a lot of resources to finance the production and marketing. They have vehicles traversing the entire country. So we cannot then compete with Del Monte and Brookside unless we deploy science in the mango juice to make it taste better than any other mango juice. If we want to produce it as a mango juice, then clearly we can't compete. The university therefore needs to reconsider the provision of fruit juices. This is my recommendation. We need to relook into fruit juices and see whether we want to stay in that space, even if we are uncompetitive or not. Because Because in business, you must be brutal. You cannot be emotionally connected to a product even when it's not performing. In business, you must be brutal. If it's not performing, you part ways. And save that money, put it in products that are performing. The laptops and wheelchairs are good products, but I think we are not operating at a scale that we can begin to make money. Because making money is a product of volumes and the price. Volumes times the price gives you money. You subtract your operational costs and you get the profit. So this is what I can say about the products that we are dealing with. So in one set of products, we are not quite competitive. In another set of products, we are not meeting the economies of scale to begin to make money. Why are we the best university in Kenya to commercialize? Because that is my belief. I think we are the best to commercialize. If we don't commercialize, then probably nobody can. So why is that my belief? Because we have a robust requisite of human resource. Other universities also do, but you see some uniqueness as we move along. We have a business school here. How many people in the audience are from the business school? Thanks for coming, because you are extremely important. If you don't support this initiative, it cannot fly. We have the School of Agriculture. We are an agricultural university. We must convince Kenyans that we are the leader in this space. And when we convince Kenyans, we convince the government. Because the government invests in this university. So we must give back. In fact, the government is the master in this case. We must give back. And we can do a lot in planting materials. We can do a lot in food products. We can do a lot in climate smart varieties. You know, there's global warming. We need maize that can grow in Kitui. And it is this university to breed that maize that can grow in Kitui. And we must lead from the front and we must walk the talk, because agriculture is our space. We have the School of Biological Sciences. If we wanted safe products, safe food products, we have microbiology in the Department of Biological Sciences. If we didn't want chemical contamination in the food, we have the chemistry department, physical sciences. So we have everything. We have the engineering and IT. We can do prototype machine development to serve industry or serve ourselves. We can retweak in processing and engineering of a production line, because we have the engineering department here. We have the School of Social Sciences. When I talk about commercializing science, I don't just mean article science. I also include social sciences. If you are selling yogurt in Murang'a and people don't want to take it, who will explain why that's not happening? You need a social scientist to do a survey in Murang'a and tell you these people are not happy with this product because of A, B, C, D. So that you can take that product back, retweak it, and relaunch launch it to then run a market. So everybody in this room has some role to play in this. This is where we are unique. We already have existing enterprises. We have JKUAT, JKUAT, and I've interacted with them quite a bit, and they are quite well placed and raring to go. It's a group of young people that are motivated. I've yet to interact with the industrial park, but I trust that they are also as good. So with these enterprises, we cannot go wrong. For the other universities, probably they will have to go back, they will have to come up with those enterprises. We have enterprises that are already running. And finally, we have a council that believes in this. And we have a leadership team of this university that also believes in this. So this is what makes us, or places us very well to commercialize. And we have a government that has already identified areas of interest: food security, food nutrition, seed security, manufacturing, housing, etc., etc. So we can fit into that, because aligning with government is as important. Now, what is commercializing science? Basically, is transitioning published data, patents, into commercial assets. And we will explain why we are calling them commercial assets. The commercial assets will include processes. We can tell KCC that we have a prototype of a milk processing machine that is better than what you have. So if you co-invest with us, we can give you the rights to use our machine, and we share the benefits. So that is the School of Engineering. How many of you are from engineering here? Exactly. Prototype machinery or processing capability. Yeah? If you have a machine that can produce more liters of milk per hour than what's existing, then you can begin to talk with KCC. If you have a machine that doesn't make milk smell or look bad, then you have a case with KICC. And there are several technologies. I hear we have even come up with the herbal concoction that treats helminths or worms in livestock. That is a proof of concept. Very soon we will see how we can commercialize that. Okay? So the excitement about that innovation or that discovery is good excitement, but it's not the job. It cannot impact anybody until we commercialize. Then we have several innovations, and you know them, I don't know them. We have a number of products. We went through these products. In this journey, the proof of concept, which is mainly in journals and patents, is transitioned into industry assets. And how do you do that? You have to go through something we call product development. Once you develop a product, you have to do something we call product profiling. Once you profile that product, you have to do something we call a business case. And a business case says to everybody that if you invest in this product, you will make money.
And the sort of money you will make is this. And if you invest $1 million or 2 million or 100 million, the payback period is these years. And the people from the business school know this. The people from JKUAT know this. The knowledge is in this room. Yeah? And we can be able to do this. Now, all this stuff I've been talking about in private sector is routine. It happens all the time. Those companies don't survive because they publish and keep quiet. In fact, you are not allowed to publish. For 14 years in Unilever, I didn't publish even one paper. Because all my intellectual property was converted into business and it was top company secret. Yeah? So this happens all the time. What are the benefits of this to this university? Enhanced financial flows, payment of salaries in time, yeah? Promotions in time. That's why we are doing this. The union here, don't preach to the converted. I am converted. You need money, you need promotions, you need to be paid early. But I'm meeting you very soon. How many of you are from the union? Can you stand up? We are organizing with the Vice Chancellor to have a detailed one mundu ku mundu talk so that we come up with some level of understanding of where we are and how we need to go forward. Okay? We will have an enhanced reputation. If we charge products out there to the region, Rwanda, Burundi, and your name is part of that story, and you want a job with the FAO, will you compete? Will anybody compete with you? Please answer that question. No, because you are appropriately differentiated and you will sell like a hot cake. Everywhere in the world, people want people who can make a difference. And we are going to start the journey or proceed with the journey. The journey has already started. I don't think we are starting from scratch. I don't think we are starting from zero. This journey has been moving, so we want to continue moving it further. We will have a better benefit sharing policy and regulations which can make sure that the inventor benefits, the university benefits, the entrepreneur, who is the investor, benefits. So a benefit sharing arrangement. We will have a reputation, we will enhance the reputation of the university, the faculty, members of the faculty, the professors, and so forth. We will have an enhanced reputation of the leadership. Madam Fifi, you are the boss of this place. You are the executive, chief executive. I am not. If we succeed, I'm probably not going to benefit as much as you do. But do you know my benefit? My benefit will be from God, because I will have made a difference to his people. I will have made a difference to his people. God loves his people. And that to me is enough benefit. At my age, how many years do I have to enjoy a benefit? So it's not a big deal for me, materially, but a very big deal for me spiritually. Big deal. Enhanced market for all of us. Even at my age, if there is an African Union assignment and I apply, And I say I'm that chairman of Jomo Kenyatta University that came up with this product, which is flying all over the region. Do you think the guy from Somalia will compete with me? This is how we differentiate ourselves as people. This is how we must be fish that jumps out of water. If a fish jumps out of water and you are at the pond, you will see that fish. And it will be different from the other fish which will be under the water, because those other fish are cowards. They don't want to breathe dry air because they don't have lungs, they have gills. So we are looking for this fish. Everybody's looking for this fish that jumps out of water. And we are going to be part of those that population that takes a risk, moves with it, and delivers. Now, there are many approaches, and these approaches are known to the business school faculty members here and students. It's not rocket stuff. You start with the market. That is approach number one. You don't start in the laboratory. You start with the market. You want to know the market size. You want to know who your customers are. Are they SMEs? Are they government enterprises? Are they just entrepreneurs? Or are they industries? Once you identify those, scan through and find out which products do they engage in. Which of these products can I add value to? Yeah? So that's one approach. The market size, the sort of products in that market, how those products are doing, so that when you bring your product, it is adequately offering more than what is in the market. So that's one approach. Identify the products, etc., etc. But for us to really move, we must go to the pot. We must go to our menu of technologies, products, and patents, and interrogate those and look for the low-hanging fruits which we can pick and take through the innovation funnel or the commercialization funnel, which I will share after this. A lot of interrogation of existing technologies, existing innovations, existing patents, existing published works. Which of these is a hanging fruit that we can pass through the commercialization funnel so that it becomes a commercial product? A lot of brainstorming. You come up with ideas and you agree on products that are going to fill some gaps at the marketplace. In this jet, the proof of concept, which is mainly in journals and patents, is transitioned into industry assets. Why is commercializing science difficult in public institutions and universities? Because public institutions start their commercialization in the laboratory. And they work for a market they don't know. That's the difference. That is the difference. Do you like that difference? That's the difference. They work for a market, they have no idea what that market is. And they start their commercialization in the laboratory. Yeah? Research and innovation journey starts at the laboratory. The indicator of success is the number of publications of the research innovation data. So the more the publications, the merrier, which is good, which is good. But that's only part of the story. We cannot commercialize if we don't go through that phase. So I'm not saying that it's bad to publish. No, I'm saying that it's good to publish, but it's even better if that can impact people. That is really the message. The anticipated product is actually the proof of concept or a patent. So if we have 100 patents, we are doing very well, which is good and which is true. But we need to go another level so that we begin to impact government, to impact GDP, to impact socio-economic transformation, to impact God's people. If you are a believer like myself. Okay? Now, this is the animal that will take us there. And this animal is called the commercialization funnel. Now, there are certain features I must describe in this funnel. You have chambers. The first chamber is called ideas. The next chamber is called feasibility. The third chamber is called capability. The fourth chamber is called product launch. And the other chamber is called post-launch review. And then finally, commercialization. If you are at commercialization, then your product will be at Carrefour, or will be with KCC, or will be with East African Industries, or Unilever, or will be with Brookside at that level. So, what are we going to do? We are going to go to the basket, interrogate what is there in terms of patents and technologies, and see which ones can get into ideas stage and enter into chamber one. Now, for this to happen, you need people we call gatekeepers. Every company has different gatekeepers. This university will come up with their gatekeepers. Tentatively, I've got the Vice Chancellor, Deputy Vice Chancellor, and the Chief of Finance. But you can change that. I don't know how this university works. I'm not an insider. So that's something you can do. You will come up with your own gatekeepers. What is the role of the gatekeepers? The gatekeepers are as effective as the diversity. In other words, you need the technical people to talk about the technical resilience of the product. You need finance people to look at the figures. You look at business people to give you information about the market. And others, you need social scientists to be able to assist you down the road. So what happens in these ideas? What do you do in these ideas level? You analyze and determine the low-hanging fruits that could move to feasibility. Okay? Now, in feasibility, you are trying to see which of these products or innovations can actually fly at the marketplace. So this is where you must confirm proof of concept. If you are saying that this concoction kills worms in sheep, then it must clearly kill worms in sheep. That's proof of concept. Yeah? Somebody will put a tick. Then you will say, what is the selling point of this product? If this is the market we are looking at, and if these are the products at that market, what is the selling point of this product? In other words, what is going to make this product more appealing to the consumer than what is there? Okay? Do we have the ability to produce? Can we produce these products in enough volumes to sustain the demand? Can we produce? This is where engineering comes in. Engineers in the room. Do we have a machine that can do this processing? Yeah? And what is the throughput of this machine? How many cartons can it churn out per hour? If you cannot, which entrepreneur out there has capacity to process this? Can we now talk with this company or this entrepreneur? Can we sign the benefit sharing agreement and move forward? So we have two outlets. Or can we give this product to JKUAT because it's already a company within the university? Do we go the JKUAT route? Does it have capacity? If not, who has capacity out there? Where is the communication team in the room? Communication, and communication, but also who's working in the communication department of the university? Yeah? Your role is to tell the world, once we are at feasibility, that something is happening. The next attraction. This is the next attraction. The media should know. The newspapers, the televisions, the radios, the business people. Everybody should know. So you see how we need each other? You can't fly alone in this business. You can't. Yeah? Now, if everybody here is satisfied, the technical team is happy, the business team is happy, the finance team is happy, the business case is promising. In other words, business case is nothing else but profitability. Is this profitable? If all those people put a tick, the gatekeepers will open a gate and you move to capability. Capability, the focus in capability is, can you produce enough? Can you produce in time? Can you make sure that the market doesn't run out? Because they will go to competition. Capability. If, as a university, we cannot be capable, whom can we partner with out there who has capability? If we partner with this person with capability, what are we getting? What is the benefit sharing like? What contracts are we signing as a university? So that we begin to see coins trickling in, money trickling in, and helping us to operate. So if all this capability, the volumes, the differentiation of the product, the uniqueness of the product, everybody is satisfied. The gatekeepers will open a gate, that product will move to product launch. A product launch is a publicity exercise. You want all companies in Kenya to know that you have a promising commercial asset. You want all newspapers to cover it and tell everybody in Kiswahili, in Kikuyu, in Zuluo, that there is a product here which can make a difference at the marketing place. After launch, gatekeepers will open a window and it will go to post-launch. Post-launch is where you put the product with the market and get a feedback. If the feedback is not very interesting, then you come back to ideas and start from scratch, from square one, and see what can we tweak in this product to make sure that the problem we solve doesn't happen. In other words, this funnel is used in a cyclic manner. A cyclic manner when there is a problem. If there is no problem, once a product leaves this chamber, it doesn't come back. If there is no problem. Okay? A lot of innovation is necessary here. And I'm just giving very few examples of the sort of the traits that you will find in innovative minds. These people are very inquisitive. Innovators are very inquisitive. Yeah? They observe. And they will be looking at existing technologies. They will be looking at models of delivery of products themselves, and they will be looking at value of the technologies. And they would be having the market at the back of their mind. Yeah? A mind that interrogates the entire world can innovate. Good at that, more than others. But there are other people in engineering, if you explain them that my dream is, or my innovation, or my thinking is, this processing has a problem here. There is a restriction here which interferes with the efficiency of the process. Then engineers fix it. So the engineer doesn't have to be an innovator necessarily. He can be if he wanted, but he doesn't have to be. The microbiologist doesn't have to be an innovator, but an innovative mind will tell the microbiologist, in this process, I need to understand where microbial contamination gets. The microbiologist will do what we call HACCP. How many of you have heard of HACCP plan? Very good. We have people in the room who understand that. So the microbiologist will watch the process during a HACCP's critical control points analysis. Then we will see where the likely contamination will come from, that contamination, so that a product safety is guaranteed. If you apply the HACCP plan, the product safety is guaranteed. You have safety in the product, you have appeal of the customer, the consumer in the product, that product can only fly because it will be competitive at the marketplace. These individuals are profit driven and they are very merciless. They are brutal. If there's no profit, they part ways. Yeah? But if there is a profit, they really get involved. They tend to ask specific questions Like one time we were walking through a factory with the chairman of Unilever, and they went through that factory and they said, really? This is the best way to do this? He realized that we had so many conveyors converging at the dryer, and the dryer was not coping, and the dryer was slowing down the entire process. None of us had seen that. And by fixing the dryer, we increased the throughput in that factory by about 20% without an extra coin. An innovative mind. And an innovative mind doesn't have to be a professor. It can be a sweeper, it can be a clerk, it can be anybody. In Unilever, a plucker who was plucking a specific area in the field all the time called me and told me, you know, this bush is very different. Every time I pluck, I come back, it is packed with shoots. And it gives me 3 kilos on its own. And it's this white. As a research manager, how would I have known that bush? Would I have known that bush? Because of the plucker, we came up with the highest yielding tea clone in Unilever tea. So who was the innovator in this case? The plucker. So this is a PhD is good, but doesn't necessarily mean that you need to have a PhD to be an innovator. An innovative mind, even a child, will say, Dad, why are you struggling with your shoe? Wouldn't you get something to put your leg on so that your leg is nearer to you so that you can wear socks? Why all this drama? You know, that is a child who has an innovative mind. Can this processing facility have a higher throughput? Can it be more efficient? That's what those people ask. Can this technology deliver more efficiently than existing technologies? Yeah, those are the questions. How can we make it deliver more efficiently? How can we differentiate our product to make against competition? So innovators ask, how can we do it better? How can we make it look good? How can we make it smell good? How can we make it taste good? How can we make it run more efficiently? Those are the sort of questions innovators ask themselves. Now, what's the commitment? The seminar that has happened, the green has happened. Yeah? So, the leadership has to interrogate with all the people and see the low-hanging fruits. That's our commitment. The leadership has to come up with gatekeepers. That is our commitment. And I'm saying that lines. Yeah? The first commercial innovation funnel or commercial funnel should begin to get in by around August. The leadership should come up with a monitoring and evaluation. And then proposing traffic lights. If something is working well, it's green. If it is so-so, it's yellow. If it's not due, it's green. If it is a disaster, it's red. Okay? So that when the Vice Chancellor comes to update the council every quarter, she will put one red, we know the issue. When we see green, we know the issue. When we see yellow, we know that we start seeing red everywhere, we start mourning. Okay? Entrepreneurs or industries. And for JKUAT, one product on your own, on the shelf, either hooked through this or through your own system. And for you, that panel is what you start using right away in your business over there. And see, and make sure that you have your gatekeepers and so on, and make sure that you pass those things through the funnel into the marketplace. And where you have problems, you have the university here, linked with the university business school, the university engineering school, the university physical sciences, blah, 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 biological science, etc., etc. Okay? And we are saying that one product to the SMEs by 2025, end of 2025, and to the big whatever companies by end of 2026. And of course, for JKUAT and the industrial park, one each by end of 2026. So in 2.5 years, by 2.5 years, is that too much? Is that unrealistic? Do we commit to that? This is very serious. If you don't commit, then really. I commit to it myself. Do you? I stand to be crucified if that doesn't happen. Do you? Ladies and gentlemen, that brings me to the end of my presentation, and I want to thank everybody
for your very exciting seminar. As usual, in JKUAT we have the factorial clap. So I would like us to thank our chair with a 6 factorial clap. So as we prepare ourselves, then we can start. 6. Asante. For the next session, I invite the DVC to come. And it is after the Q&A session that we can take a short break, and that we shall be guided by the next MC. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Registrar. Situsimame kidogo tu, we stretch a bit. Oh, sawa. Okay, now you can sit. No, not yet. Okay. Okay, hands up, up, like this. Then down like this. Go this way. This way. Okay, let's go this way. The other way around. I think you're okay now. Thank you. We are really excited. I think we really had a very, very interesting and inspiring talk by our chair of council. Thank you very much, Dr. Onsando. This is the time for Q&A, question and answer. Now, I know we are quite a number of people that have got questions. So we shall have mics go around. You mention your name, your department, and be very concise in your question. Don't give a lot of stories, few words to the point, so that we shall take one round and then another one as they continue. Yeah, we have heard that we really need to do value proposition for products. You have to be brutal. Actually, what I've taken home is that we shouldn't get emotionally attached to something, but you have to be brutal. Yeah. So let's see by show of hands, questions, comments. Can see one there, can see one now. Let me start with I'll start with Dr. Moria. I come to Professor Odur now, and now the problem is sometimes I forget names, but I know all of you. It's not that I forget sometimes because of my age. I think one of the products that we have is an anti-aging cream. I don't know whether Gen Z will catch up with us. We start using it. But, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and product development is a subject that is very dear to me. I worked for 17 years for JKUAT in the US, and I have more products that I've developed than I know of. My question is comparing places where products are developed every day to this place that I've been here a few years.
Yeah, that's Dr. Moria here. Yes.
Worked for JKUAT in the US as a product development and research and innovation. But I now work at, I teach at food science department.
He's a brewer number one. He has also worked with the Kenya breweries.
Yeah. So this is, I listened to your talk and I know a product developer from what they say. So very good presentation. Now, it's not a critic, it's just a comparison. If you consider that environment either in the US or what we used to do at Kenya breweries, if they want something done, they spend the money. My worry is, how can we achieve this? I mean, in the US, I get $50 million a year expense for research, and it is available when I need it. You come over here, I also am also the manager of the Food Technology Center, yogurt and all that. When you want to do something here, do you have, I think in product development, you need a budget. A project manager, finance manager for that area, who, when you need something, you get it. Because you can claim it after tax, because research and development is expense. But I am still very ambiguous on how we can achieve the goals that you have said without a slash fund for research and development so that we can actualize what you said. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. Maybe take three, then Professor Odur, then there was another hand. Yeah. Shall take to him.
Thank you, Chair. And my name is Richard Odur. I serve Kenyatta University as the Registrar of Research, Innovation and Outreach, but sitting in here for my Vice Chancellor, Professor Wanjohi Washeke. Chair, it's nice to always listen to you because the matters commercialization are usually on your heart. But allow me to unpack a few things so that we compare the thinking around. From where you sit, how do you see this drive for commercialization happening, yet at the national level as currently constituted? But I've also seen Dr. Jemima here probably can give us better recent data. Do you know that probably as we are talking now, we don't have a national commercialization policy? And as universities and MDAs, we require to anchor and develop our own internal policies, borrowing from what the government is guiding. And therefore, my question is, as it is now, we have NACOSTI that is advising the government on matters, science, technology, and innovation. Then at the same time, we have NRF that was ably steered by Dr. Jemima here, that is talking about the research. Then we also have another aspect called the Kenya, led by Dr. Manzo. So look at that scenario. NACOSTI is absolute. NRF is funding research. Kenya is dealing with innovation and probably commercialization. Is there a harmonized sort of document right now that is existing among the three organizations that are very critical in the entire pathway? Number one. Number two, so that we don't leave this place and get to our department and start dropping all our products because they're not competing with Del Monte and Brookside. And I really appreciate your thought process because your argument is it is not competing, drop it, or figure it out again in a way that it's competing. From where we sit now, don't you think it is time, probably, and in the face of the current financial constraints that is actually within all the universities as it may, is it a good idea that we change the model as universities and focus a lot more on innovation and getting the prototypes and then negotiate with people with might who can commercialize it, rather than trying to compete out there with Del Montes and breweries, and yet they have muscles beyond what we have. And finally, I just wanted to say thank you so much. It's always a pleasure.
Yeah, thank you very much. Those were 2 questions. It reminds me of somebody, a friend of mine called Ben Juma Olo, who used to say, I have a question, but you split it, it become 10. Now I was worried. Okay, let's get that one, then we shall stop, then you first. Absolutely.
Thank you, Chair, for the good presentation. My name is Robert Nestor. I'm from Zoology Department. I'm an aquatic ecologist, and actually when you use their knowledge of the fish, I'm still wondering which kind of fish I am. Yeah. My question is on commercialization of processes. You've talked too much about commercialization of the product, the hard product. What about the commercialization of the process? Like, for example, when you're talking about the mango trees, the way they do the grafting, once I come up with a new way of grafting, like a different angle of grafting that makes the plant sprout more. So the process itself, can it be commercialized, and how can we tap into that?
Okay, then maybe you can take those first. Thank you.
Yeah, let me respond to the American experience and our situation here. We certainly cannot afford as an economy to put the level of funding that US can put into this. So it's not possible. We know our revenues. We make 2.8 billion, 2.8 trillion from KRA, and we have to borrow the rest to function. So that is the reality that we have to deal with. Now, the product development I'm talking about for this university is not a national agenda per se. It is this university. And this is been tailored to this university. That's why I did a situational analysis for this university. That's why I said some of the products that were not good here or were not competitive here. And I confined myself, and I will remain confined to here, because this is my jurisdiction. It doesn't go beyond here. The reason we are doing a lot of product differentiation is because we have the megabytes that people out there don't have. There is no company in the world. I worked for a multinational for very long as well. There is no single company out there with this number of R&D brains. One company. Unilever, which at the Colworth station in the UK, had about 15 postdocs divided up between ice cream, ready-to-drink teas, fertility kits, yellow spreads, detergents, toothpaste, etc., etc. Only 15. So nobody has this level of megabytes. That's where our energy is. Yeah? That's why I mentioned the differentiation of product about 10 times. We can use science to give a yogurt that nobody has ever thought of, and it will not cost us more than 1 million Kenya shillings, because it's more of intellectual input than financial. I'm leveraging on intellectual capability of this institution much more than financial robustness of the institution. Number two, there is always a first time. If we sat briefly and waited for Kenya to fund R&D to the level R&D is funded in the US, we'll wait until kingdom come. I don't want to be part of that story of waiting until kingdom come. I want to be part of the story that does something. If it's a tissue culture, cooking banana, what can we do technically to make it very different from roadside tissue culture bananas? So differentiation for me is number 1, 2, 3. The funding is not going to change dramatically. But people who write proposals here attract funding on in their various projects. And those projects might not open up to university exchequer because they are very specific. So I am proposing for a commercialization that will take advantage of our positioning, where we use intellectual power to make a food product different, where we use intellectual power to make our processing more efficient, where we use intellectual power to make our technology more robust. The technology that we have already developed, not technology that we are going to develop. Okay? That's my response to that one. If you also listened to my targets, they were very, they were not ambitious, because I'm aware that there will be a few teething problems here and there. That's why I'm talking of 1 and 1 for 2.5 years. If we turn out 1 and 1 for 2.5 years, we will have started the journey. And people will know that we are in this journey. Now, if I'm still chairman here, then I will have a case to talk to the president to say, we have done this without money. Now we want to do more if we have slightly better budget. But if you argue from a position of doing nothing and then you say, give me money because I'm doing nothing, because I don't have money, nobody will take you seriously. My experience. Now, coming to the second set of questions. A national policy on commercialization of science and institutions that have been charged with this responsibility, like Kenya or Nakosti, are outside my jurisdiction. And I don't see that policy interfere with this agenda, this specific agenda. I don't see. Because this agenda, we are going to use our own intellectual property benefit sharing policy of ours here, which has been approved by the council. And we will tell interested people that if we are going to give you this technology or this product, then we want us to agree on a benefit sharing according to our policy. So we go with our lawyer, they come with their lawyer, we negotiate, and we sign the contract, and we give them the rights. Somebody said, yeah, it's you, that might we be focusing more on innovations that we give to other people to take on board. Yes, it's one of the strategies I said here. There are two outlets. I said one is our enterprises, and the other one is people out there. But even the people out there, they must know that your product can make profit. Otherwise, they wouldn't engage. Even people out there, they must know that your product is unique. Otherwise, they wouldn't engage. They won't put their money. They are not a charity organization. So you still have to do product development. Accountants here will do a business case for you. You will not pay them a salary. They are already earning a salary. That's why I said in the beginning that together we are very strong. Individually we can't. We can't even attempt individually. But together we have synergies that nobody else has. Yeah? Now, if you come up, the last question, if you come, and to be honest, Prof, coming up with innovations that you can interest entrepreneurs is the easiest for you, this sort of environment. But even that, you must make it attractive. Yeah, otherwise they won't come. They won't be interested. If you come up with a pruning method that makes mangoes yield like crazy, first you patent that pruning technology. First, to protect it. Then secondly, you go to JKUAT and tell them that when they are selling their mango, they are selling that mango with that technology as a value proposition. So the university will be able to train whoever buys a certain level of mangoes, a certain hectarage, they will get free training on that pruning technology. So there's no technology you can market if you make it attractive. Even that pruning, we have to know the cost. Even that pruning, we have to know the value of fruits we get out of it. We have to know the money it brings. We have to compare with status quo, and it must make more money. If you can't make more money, you can't commercialize. Commercialization, number one is money, number two is money, number three is money. Yeah. No company can come here and partner with you unless you have indicated in the product profile that this profile is worth putting money in. Yeah, think of.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm sure they are very well answered. Now, I can see Professor Member. Now, I don't know. You know, we accelerate now. Okay, we shall have Professor Member. We can have Mr. Rugara. We shall have Engineer BK Kariuki. Okay, I'll come to you, Prof. We shall have Madam of Food Technology. Okay, that is JKUAT. JKUAT. Then there's one. Yeah, that is Mutua. Yes, Mutua. Then I think I'm told we are not doing well in terms of time, but if you just make it maximum 10 words, Madam Gertrude, in that order, and the two gentlemen back there. We don't want to leave, and make it very, very short, and then finally we shall have Professor Nico Njohi. He's on to end. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much, our Chairman of Council. My name is Professor Florence Member from the School of Business. I happened to have had an opportunity, part of the team that was looking at revamping the IGUs in JKUAT. And really, members, I must tell you that this university is seated on billions and billions of money. Yes, if we can actually move the enterprises that exist to a higher level. As a professional and practicing entrepreneur, I see that is a reality. I just want to comment, then I really don't have a question but a comment to supplement what has been said. That the only bottleneck, the challenges in all this is the procedure of procurement procedure, that we would buy materials for the yogurt production at a price double the market price. And of course, then you don't expect profit. So how can we bypass? We know they use the government required regulation. How can we bypass that so that we can be able to now buy the materials needed, whether it's the roundry, whether it is the swimming pool? There are so many places here that things can work right. How can we bypass them so that now the venture can be profitable? It can sustain itself. Another point I want to talk about is the financing aspect. As an institution of this kind, you can get partners like the speaker said. We operate in an environment where it's not now in America in the Silicon Valley, it's in Kenya here we have the venture capital existing. Professor Wanjohi has been singing this over and over again, but we have not actualized. There are organizations like the speaker said who can come and work with us. They actually don't give us a loan. They give us what we call equity capital. Equity capital is not a loan. You partner, you share, they will take 30%. Oh, I'm only saying one word.
Those are very hard words now.
Yes.
We talked of 10.
I'm sorry. Just to conclude, that we need to operate in to compete out there in a blue ocean. Many times we are in a red ocean. Other stories tomorrow. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me mention, if something has been mentioned, don't repeat as we continue so that we can really redeem time. Yeah, behind.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. My name is Moiga. I'm from Department of Electrical and Electronics Engineering. I'm also the Chairman, University's Academic Staff Union. I'm sure you have heard of us many times. Now, I don't want to budget of the whole process because I think it has been covered by other people. But I think the whole thing starts at budget. How much money has been budgeted for that process? Because I think it dies somewhere if the budget is not enough. But I want to come to your industry experience. How do you, or at uni level, were you relating with any university, whether local or international? Because I think there is this thing called the University Industrial Liaison, and if we even have a directorate here, I don't know whether it still exists, where we are supposed to, an industry like uni level, is supposed to tell us a challenge in their process, and then that challenge is supposed to be handled by the university, so that there is that relationship in terms of commercialization. So the university benefits from the industry, and the industry benefits mutually. And finally, I want to say that we have been having products in JKUAT, for sure, so many of them. There's a time we used to have the gate, but all those shops were finally closed. The products are now just sold in JKUAT. In fact, I can confess here that around 20 years ago, one of my daughter was having a problem as kid, 2-3 years, those recurrent colds. And I bought a product from JKUAT. That time I had not even joined JKUAT. I bought a product of JKUAT, one of the kiosks outside the gate. And once she took that concoction, which was a mixture of honey and something, so I can tell you it can work.
We shall make sure it is found. Now, just 10 words. When you count and you feel here 10 words are all over, you stop.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Chair, for the insightful presentation. I wanted to assure you in this university, one of the gatekeepers that we have is a technology transfer office, but which operates under the name Directorate of Intellectual Property at University Industrial Liaison. It operates, and one of the things it implements is an intellectual property policy. We have got a board, which was appointed by the PC sometimes last year, and we have been going through all the technologies in this university. both which have been patented and are not patented. And we are trying to pick which one should now move. Good. Already we have got about 2 organizations which have already picked. One of them have picked about 4 innovations, and we are in serious discussions on how we are going to move them forward. The other one has picked 1, and that one which has been picked, the Professor Ikua heads a research here, and they came up with something which we are trying to move to the market, but the problem is funding. So what I know you affect, or you actually be frustrated, can be frustrating, is if we do not create what we call an innovation value fund into which we can tap when we want to work with the party. Of the funnels you have, the funnel you have shown there, in our policy you have got some other 3. That is one of them, but there are some other 3. One of them is easier and is the one which is recommended. The one called licensing. What you have shown there might not be really licensing, but there's another one called licensing which is in our policy. And so I consider this university to be in a position where we should be able to move our innovations forward, particularly when we launch the policy and everybody gets to understand what the policy has got, including the commercialization things, all those things. The procedure for commercialization is already in that policy. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Engineer.
Hey everybody, my name is Dr. Okop. I'm from Food Science and Technology Department. I want to comment on the innovations we do with our students, and most of those we take to the shows or the exhibitions. You find we have very good innovations, and I would want to classify them as low-hanging fruits. But the idea in having is we must get a big company which must pick our innovations. This is the second time I'm raising this, because when we take those innovations like their products, food products, you find they are very unique, or they are indigenous, or they are healthy products, and most of the time we are funded, that small funding is from the funding we get for research. And we even say...
Yeah. Then we go to the backbenchers.
Thank you very much, Professor and Chair of the Council. I'm Dr. Gertrude Musurube Inima, and from the Department of Media and Technology. And to the Council Chair, thank you very much for your presentation. And from the presentation, it is very, very clear that we have deliverables, in the sense that we have the mango juice, we have the yogurt and all that. So we already have products. But what I am seeing is that we need accessibility and the network to ensure that the products are going out. Now in life, there are usually people with ideas and innovations, and maybe they may not have the money. And then we also have people with money and they don't have the ideas and the innovations. So what mechanisms are what mechanisms might you be putting in place to ensure that these two people come on the same table? People with money, people with innovations. Already we have a big network, even in this room. We have the county government represented here.
Yes, allow me, the question is already asked. Isn't it?
Is it okay? Yes. Just complete.
Oh, okay, because of time. Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank
please. Okay, and the chair wants to have those. Maybe chair just then allow only the four. I know we cannot really have.
Let me start with the last one. The products above the products. In fact, they were one of my slides was what you have. Yeah, and if you listen to me carefully, I said that you do not have a comparative advantage in yogurt, in orange juice, and mango juice, and so on and so forth. Because that product is like any other juice. And you are up against robust investors who have put a lot of money. Yeah. So it's not just a product. It's a product that can support itself out there. Now, the next question is, you supply a product, people come back, and it's not there. That's why one of the chambers in that innovation funnel was about capability. The gatekeepers can't open a gate if you don't show capability to process that product and meet the market, whatever market you have defined. Yeah? That's why we have that capability chamber there. Licensing is a legal thing. It has nothing to do with an innovation funnel. This is how you make your product unique so that it appeals. It's not about contractual arrangement. Very different. Intellectual property is protection of that property. Yeah? You can license that property to whoever is interested. But this funnel helps you to make that property more attractive to bring in more people. It is enhancing the possibility of people looking for you if you can profile and develop that IP into a product. So I hope we are communicating. Concoctions or herbal medicine or herbal drugs can never be products. Why? The ratios you mix today, where you get your herbs from, if it's a bag, the age of that bag, the efficacy of that concoction will vary depending on where you source your material, the age of the roots you use, the age of the bark you use, the location of, for example, if you chew miraa from Meru, you start singing after 2 kilos. If you chew the same miraa from Kericho, even 10 kilos, you don't feel anything. Because soils influence formation of certain compounds in plants. That's why tea in Mount Kenya fetches almost double as the tea in Western Kenya because of volcanic soils of the mountain. It's not because Kikuyus are smarter and they collude their way. No. It's because Mount Kenya renders itself to volatile formation of volatile compounds in tea and coffee. So the coffee from Mount Kenya being cooked 50 meters away, you will feel the smell here. The same with tea. So because of flavor, those teas fetch more money. And that flavor is as a result of the soil chemistry. That was one of my last projects I did before I left Unilever. What I did is I carried soil from Muranga, Mijimikuru in Meru, Kakamega, Kisii, Nyamira, and so on. Same profile. I cut drums into half drums, cut the soil, same profile, put in a drum into a truck to Kericho. I replicated, I randomized, then I planted one clone of tea, which is very high quality clone. And that tea grew up to a level where we could plug and micro manufacture in the laboratory, and invited people from the auctions in Mombasa to test, blind testing. They will separate like this. The soils from Jimikuru followed by Kiambu, Murang'a, then that way going towards west, the flavor goes down. So I was asking, why did you pick this? So this is more flavory and it has better market than dal. And because you cannot standardize, you can't even preserve it because it's wet. So it's a very difficult business, and that's why herbal doctors have not made a lot of money actually. If you look at it. Yeah, they haven't made a lot of money. Yeah. So that's my reaction to concoctions. Anything I didn't cover? I think I've covered, yeah.
I think it's fairly covered. Now I think I'll be accused of by many people from heaven, so that I'm not accused so much. There's industrial park there, so based on that, I'll just allow. Then I asked others to write. Do you have any student? Okay, maybe it's also good to have students ask questions. So please, the programmers, this is very, very important. Let us allow the students, the two students there, Dr. Mutua there. In fact, I had asked Professor Joy also to write down, but he said, I'm a professor and my handwriting is not legible. He must. Okay, then we shall have Prof. You, Derito, you want to say? Okay. Then Professor Derito, then Professor Joy. Anyways, okay, fine. Very quickly, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. All protocols observed. My name is Michael Waititu from the JKUAT Industrial Park. My director is in attendance. I seek his blessings on this presentation. Mine is to thank you, Chair, for that very elaborate presentation. I also happen to be the chair of the JKUAT Tech Expo, which is a student innovations exhibition. Every year, it's in the university calendar. And we have a lot of potential in this university. I can say that because for the last 8 years, I've been the chair. And this innovations exhibition has shown what both staff and students can do. We work very closely with DeepWill, the Department of Intellectual Property. We also have the College of Human Resource, which gives us a business model expert every year who is able to impact value on each of these innovations, because part of what we lack is how to value our innovations. We focus so much on the research, we fail to tell the business story to that investor who wants to put money. From where I sit as a chair, what matters is how can you convince an investor to put money in your business? I'm saying this because for the last 8 years, we've always gotten money from industry. The university, of course, funds the bigger part of our budget, but we've gotten tunes of 400,000 from one company every year. So I'm thinking, if we now have a commercialization committee or a board, my final presentation, with a mix of all these decision makers in the university, the vice chancellor, the DVCs, let us have some research heads. We have some as Dr. Kisila, is it? Dr. Moria. We have such minds, and then we have also the business model experts, pitching and presentation experts. Investors don't have time to listen to stories. 10 minutes, can you convince me to put money?
Okay, thank you very much.
And then the final one.
No, that was
from the union. We can have the JKUAT Industrial Park host the university market, where all people come to Industrial Park to buy university products. Thank you very much.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Dr. Mutua, then the two students, then Professor Derito, then Professor Nikwanjoy.
Yeah, thank you. Dr. James Mutua, I'm a mechanical engineering department. Generation Z. And thank you for taking, because we have seen many people have a lot of experience, not like us. 3 things, value of debt, speed to innovation or to product development and champion. I've listened, and from where I sit, all our ideas, all our products are still in the valley of death. How do we take them out of that valley? Number two, speed of product development. From the innovation cycle, the product cannot go to the market in either 1 or 2 cycles. It takes time. Then the industry has a problem today and they need a solution tomorrow. How do you merge those two? And number 3, the champion to our product process commercialization. Who is he or who are they? Thank you.
Thank you. No, please come in back there. Oh. Hapa mmenchenga lakini hakuna shida. Make it one.
Can you shout? Shout. Okay. My name is Newton Gitao.
Student. I'm not part of the Generation Z. I'm inside. I'm a patriot of the Generation Z. And, we are not.
The strategic plan. We actually here to fight for it and.
But my.
I am from the Department of Horticulture and Food Security. What has been talked about today or to be in line with agriculture.
Thank you. So usually the topic today that is majorly of much interest is agriculture, and where I'm an undergraduate student in Horticulture and Food Security Department. We have been having concerns as students. A lot of innovations are taking place in this university, but you find that in the classes, all we are receiving is the wordings. We are not taken to the field to maybe get a practical approach of it, test and maybe get involved in the research and innovation that is taking place. You've talked of tissue culture. We only hear it happening here in the university, but students, we are not given the opportunity to go and be part of what is done in that place. You've talked of milk processing and orange juice. Please let us kindly be involved in those places and also get the skills, because that is what we have come here for in the university. Thank you.
You can take it yourself. Please, you are a young man. Yes, the truth.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon once again. My name is David Waitito Irimo from, I'm a 5th-year student, Agriculture and Biosystems Engineering. My question has been partly highlighted by Dr. Mutua on the many projects that we do when we're in our final year. They're normally supervised, and most of them have the potential to scale up, and you realize that most of us, we tailor our projects to the local community or our local country, solutions that can easily scale up. So my question is, what is the approach of the council is taking towards incubating some of those potential projects that has the ability to scale up? Yes, thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Anset Mwendwa. I'm a mechatronics student in my final year. I'm also the former president for the Society of Engineering Students. My questions are anchored on the commercialization panel. First being, what role can we as students play in each chamber in centrally around learning outcomes? We can learn, for example, around them. So my question is, what role can we play in each chamber of the commercialization panel? And secondly, as students, we hope that our projects will be selected. For example, we have very many of them. If they are selected, what benefits can we we expect to get from the funnel?
Thank you very much. Now we shall have Federico, and then
finally. Prof, I appreciate the
the seminar by our chairman. I'm very much committed, of course, his disciple on issues of commercialization of innovations. And it's a key area where we can get a lot of money. And one, Professor Oduor, who mentioned about negotiations, there are a lot of patents. It's not necessary that you hold a lot of money to continue towards the end. So long as you negotiate, you can move it, the product, and then you earn your money when the product is being sold. And I have seen this myself, which we have moved one product, a product that was moved by the mother university when I was also an administrator there. And this is a product that they had of professors since 1975. It's a biological nitrogen fixing bacteria. They would go to the show, Nairobi show it at Nairobi show, and then when farmers has bought and say it got finished at the show. So it is came in just somebody and said, can we see what you have on the table? And when they took it over, their company, I'm just saying our company, local, leave alone the international. And they took it and they are based in Nakuru. He said, can we negotiate on this? We had not even patented since 1975. It was still within our hearts. So they said, can you patent so that we can be giving you money? And when it was patented, they were able to market it themselves because they don't have to finalize the process. So long as you have the science and the technology, you try to market that technology which you are holding. And now that negotiation, the product will become a biofix fertilizer, which is an organic fertilizer, and which is marketed here. It is marketed in Zimbabwe, Malawi, and even West Africa. So really, don't look for money that you must have robust money from the government. It must be through negotiation of your product. I mean, I have heard you have many. I would like even to know how many patents you have. Can each one of you as a move and market your patent? Because when it is in the IPR, is it an institute of Kipi? It is not doing us any good, please. It is only maybe giving you a name. We would like it move, and we don't require just because you want to hold money or to get money from some source. I think a negotiated process with the factories can create us a good thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Am I audible? Thank you very much, Council Chairman. Very important and very lucky that we were able to attend this lecture, because we have understood many things which people dream of. But as long as the policy, our policy is the same policy which was imposed on us by the colonial system, as long as it is like that, it will never happen. That is where an African is not allowed to make tools. Up to now, it is the law. Number two, an African is not allowed to make things or manufacture anything for the market. JKUAT tried to make shoes called Tiger shoes. The factory and everything was shut down by his own government, of which he was a member. Kogoro with the software, exactly the same. Now we have one which is ongoing called Keroche. And I can assure you it will be shut down. Because that is the law. Now, I know the chairman is trying to say that the situation of innovation and moving them to the market in America is the same as here. That law I'm talking about, known as Navigation Act, all of you can go and search it. Navigation Act also applied to America. And that is what prompted American War of Independence, to get rid of it so that they could manufacture their things. By the time they did this, they said, as he called Basma, engineer Basma, had already come up with a brass furnace. But they were told, no, you can't manufacture anything. So they fought in order to ensure. At independence, we carried over, though all those laws remained in many words, to in 2010, we carried them over again. And those are our laws up to now. Up to now, African is not allowed. However, if you come up with innovation and give it to Unilever and they take it, they are allowed to manufacture. But you are not allowed. If you make tools, there are very many people who have come up with the tools. And I'm sure engineer knows Rachamba with an aeroplane. He was told, if you fly it 1 inch from the ground, we hang you. By the government, independence government. And that's why the whole of Africa, no, up to now, simply because they are not allowed to do it. And then spread, take it to the market. And that's when you know who you are, an African. But the law is enforced by Africans because they signed all these laws and they will be our laws. I'm talking this because we have government officers here. So, especially education and ministry, even Tibet, that's why you cannot make even a packet of toothpicks. They can't for the market. They are allowed to paint nails using imported products and imported brush, but never make their brush and never make their paint. You have a lot of bananas for making paper. What do you do with them? You cut them to the cows. You slaughter animals. What do you do with them? You throw the skin to the dogs. And you buy imported simply because JKUAT was told, it was an example. Never make another shoe. Therefore, shut all of them. We must get all our shoes from Butter Company, from Canada. Brothers and sisters, we have a real challenge, and the chairman, I am sure he didn't know about this law, but it is a very serious law. If we don't get rid of it, no matter how much noise we talk about manufacturing in Kenya up to now is all by foreigners, up to now, since 1963. How? 60 years.
Okay.
There are many other problems I can talk about.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah. The Navigation Act, and that one now, Clovis, you can pick it up now. Yeah.
Thank you, Professor Wanjoy. I'll start from you. We cannot fix that law at this level, but it doesn't affect what I was advocating for here. Because I was saying use the funnel to make your products attractive to interest Unilever and others. So if Unilever and others are interested, we are good to go. We don't need that law. Yeah, but it's unfortunate. It's very unfortunate. Unfortunately, it is beyond our jurisdiction. And how many? Maybe the union people. How many civil society members are here? Because picketing is allowed, you know. Yeah, but fortunately, our cause is not interfered with by that law, because we are making what we have attractive for people who are allowed to manufacture or process to manufacture. But one question has come up many times, and I said there were more than one avenue we were pursuing. One is the one I've just talked about. Use the funnel, make the product attractive, or the patent attractive, or the technology attractive, and get a bidder and agree with the bidder on benefit sharing. That's one. The other one is to go through our enterprises that are already existing. Yeah? And the third one is to negotiate for sale of a raw patent unprocessed into a product. If somebody cares to take it, like the one of rhizobium, the biofertilizer, then sell it, get some money out of it. So until this law is fixed, we can still make our little money, I believe. Yeah, there's a student that was talking of exposure. Again, that is really is not within the non-executive component of the university. It's a very internal, it's a very internal case, and I hope that it landed in the right ears. And yeah, so not much I can say. Solutions that are local based, from another student. I think that is a good thing if you can solve a problem for this community here. There's nothing wrong with that. That community will later become a market for that product that you have come up with as a student. For postgraduate students, I think masters and PhD, I think with the research money available, they are able to use other areas, not just future. So we can tap on that. Other students are able to go beyond future, and then we can use those other areas as the market. Unfortunately, students won't have keepers are people with muscle in the institution or in the company. People who can tangle a carrot and a stick when necessary. A student cannot do that. Yeah, so even in Unilever, the gatekeeper for our innovation funnel or commercialization funnel was the commercial director, the managing director, and the research manager. It didn't involve many people. But we also didn't have too many products because we were very focused. Somebody has not asked any of the universities to work with them. Unilever One has their R&D department. And they play with this funnel on a daily basis. They cannot engage universities who do not think the same way. Yeah? But if Unilever caught wind of a patent here that can feed into ice cream business and make, they will be all over you. They will want you to sell that patent to them. But they do not actively want to have some arrangement with public research institutions because they believe that public research institutions are happy with publication. Yeah. And them, the publication is only a beginning for them. But Unilever Scout eyes very handsomely. But that IP must be so important and so good for their product, and they will buy. And I'm not saying that the basket of patents we have are not good enough for Unilever, but we must publicize. How many Kenyans know? Again, I'm going to the community. How many Kenyans know about these patents of ours? But that is now you to make people know. Very important. If you don't blow your own trumpet, unfortunately, that is the world we live in. Yeah? Good. Yeah, I think I've covered nearly all the issues raised here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Asante sana. Now, yeah, he has done well, isn't it? Though I have not done well myself because I'm not keeping time, but some echo. So we are going to clap for the chairman, right? Not the factorial, but the plain clap. So when I do this, you clap once, yeah? Okay. Another one. Thank you very much. Karibu sana.
To appreciate Professor JKUAT. I didn't know he can be dramatic. Let's put our hands together and appreciate Professor JKUAT. I also want us to appreciate Dr. Mbindio, who was here before me, with a round of applause. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to invite choir. They can be coming as I say what I'm saying. Choir, kindly. And I also wish to request whoever is handling the water to distribute as choir sings. Kindly make your way to the podium. Our chief guests, Dr. Beatrice Nyangala, here represented by Dr. Jemima, Governor Kiambu County, also represented here. Our chairman of the University Council, Dr. James Onsando, members of the University Council, our Vice Chancellor, Professor Victoria Mboinguni, the Vice Chancellors of our sister universities that are also represented here, the Deputy Vice Chancellors, members of the University Management Board, members of the University Senate, invited guests, students, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I know the sugars are a bit low, but I want us to give ourselves heart because we are drawing nigh to the end of this function. Allow me to give us 2 quotes even as we get into the next session. And the first quote is one by Abraham Lincoln, the 16th President of the United States of America. And he said this: "Give me 6 hours to chop down a tree, and I will spend the first 4 sharpening the axe." And I thought, even as we get into the launching of our strategic documents, this is apt. But give me 6 hours to chop down a tree, and I will spend the first 4 sharpening, because that is what we'll be doing as we launch those strategic documents. And the second quote, ladies and gentlemen, is by one Alan Lacane, and it goes as follows: "Planning is bringing the future into the present so that you can do something now." And that is what we will be doing even as we begin the process of the documents that will be launching this afternoon. So ladies and gentlemen, allow me to bring on stage the university choir. They will do one number, Chuochetu. They will do one number, Chuochetu, that is composed by our brother Joseph Kinyua, produced by himself, Joseph Kinyua, and we have the promised here, Elisha. And these are our beautiful and handsome JKUAT students. Ladies and gentlemen, JKUAT choir.
Very well, but what does everything?
Oh,
bravo.
Tuwape hongera hawa ndugu wastahiki. Ule wimbo wa tosha kwa sasa. Asanteni sana. Tosha kwa sasa. Asanteni. Naomba tukawahongere hawa ndugu wastahiki. Asante. Ndugu watukufu, tunakwenda kufanya mambo matatu tu kwa ufupi. Tutazindua tofauti ya chuo hiki kistahiki. Tuna sera takriban 12 pamoja na mbinu mkakati ambayo itaongoza chuo hiki kwa miaka 5 ijayo. Nataka kualika wangwana watatu tu ambao watatoa taarifa fupi kuhusu vitengo hivyo vitatu, na tutawapa dakika zisizozidi 5 kwa kila mmoja wenu. Profesa Kimani, kama uko karibu, kwa heshima utampisha naibu chancellor mkuu Profesa Ikua, alafu tutapata Profesa nani huyu Sila akizungumza kwa ufupi sana mbinu mkakati. Profesa Kimani.
Good afternoon. I'll go straight. I've been given very little time, so I'll just go. We are presenting the new JKUAT website. As you can see on the top, you're probably used to that if you've been using or visiting our website. But if you look down, that's what we have come up with. So this is a major redesign for JKUAT. In over 10 years, it's a major redesign for us in terms of the website. So what is new regarding this new website? There are 3 main things. One is that it's based on a more secure underlying design theme. Number 2, it is designed in such a way that it adjusts itself to your device. So whether you're using a laptop, a tablet, a phone, it will adjust itself to fit that end user device. Number 3, it of course has a more appealing design. So the user interface design, the user experience is going to be different from what you used to. The look and the feel is enhanced. Thank you.
Well done, Prof. Professor Iko next.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll continue now with about the policies. This thing is as the ICT director. Okay. Okay, yeah, you can just slide because, yeah, okay. We have 12 policies that are ready for launching today. I just want to mention that policies are, they are principles, they are instruments that we use for action, principles. And some, they are reviewed regularly, maybe 3 years or 5 years. And they are guided by the laws of Kenya, the regulations. So we receive also circulars from time to time. And there are also some other emerging issues that necessitate review of the policies. JKUAT has about 60 policies, but for today, we are looking at 12 of them, which some of them are new, others quickly about through them. The first one is the repository policy, and this is the platform now where we disseminate all the information. We have the institutional repository that is domiciled at the library, and all researches, all the outputs of research are documented there, and other documents. And there are principles that guide that, including now what the chair has presented today. If he gives authority, it can also go in the repository. The next one, I just say next, is honorary degree policy. How do we identify under one honorary degree to people of repute in the nation? The next one is about students and studies, the credit accumulation and transfer policy, as guided by the Commission for University Education. The next one is on fee payment policy. Fee payment policy, how do we handle matters fees, the tuition fees. The next is JKUAT intellectual property management policy. And that is also going to guide on matters that also the chair of council has presented today. Then next is on policy on professor emeritus. How do we identify and link with those professors that really recognize that have done a lot for the university? How do we engage them and what are the terms and so on? The other one is on student attachment training policy. Yeah, matters guiding that. Then security policy. Now, there are many emerging issues on security, whether cyber security, threats, even terrorism and so on, what to do and so on. Then we have ICT policy. Then workplace road safety policy. Also that guides on matters safety on roads and also within the workplace. There's also alcohol, drug and substance abuse prevention. Many people talk of drug abuse policy. No, it is for prevention. So it goes on to prevent, not to have that policy on drug abuse. Yeah, and that is very, very important for us. We also finally launched the actual 12 anti-plagiarism policy. Yes, we don't want to really plagiarize information. Really, we don't have to. We are people of integrity that guides that. All these policies are developed by you people. All stakeholders are involved. The process is the need for the policy is identified. Committee is formed, which now engages all policyholders. After the form, they come up with a draft policy, which is looked at various levels, goes to the university, management, board. After that, when it is okayed, it goes now to Senate. And then after it is okayed by Senate, it now goes to council. It's the council that now approves the policy. Once they are approved, now it is now operational. So all these policies have been approved by council. Now it is about launching. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. Dr. Sila, next.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, I'll pick from where Professor Ikua has left, all protocols observed. I'll go straight to the JKUAT Strategic Plan 2023-2027. Click next. So this is the new design of the Strategic Plan 2023-2027, and it was developed as guided by the government. I think this is the 5th generation Strategic Plan 2023, which was provided in June 2023 for all ministries, all departments, all agents, and devolved government agencies. So we followed all the guidelines as indicated here and as guided by the National Treasury and Economic Planning, State Department for Planning and Economic Planning as indicated by the VC earlier. Next. So we followed the 4 steps which are provided. There initiation step. So the first step was initiation, which the VC and top management guided the people, and I request all the members who are appointed for the strategic plan to rise up for appreciation. Kindly, in the interest of time, we had our chair is not here, Esther Waigajo, Dr. Esther Waigajo, we appreciate. Kindly, let's appreciate these people. Thank you. We had continuous engagement with university management in terms of inspiration and provision of vision in the first step. Then beyond that, we went to the development stage where we looked at the previous strategic plan, looked at where the university would want to go, went to the validation step where we had several steps of engagement with the stakeholders within the university and outside the university, and then at the last step, after the council engagement, we went to finalization and dissemination after engagement of most government agencies. Next. So this is how it looks. It has preliminaries, which has a cover page, half title, all the way to executive summary. Next. The first chapter is where we have most of the basic elements driving the strategic plan. So the strategic direction and the imperative organizational successes, context of the strategic plan, history of JKUAT, and the approach that was used. Next. In the first chapter, alignment, as the VC had indicated, to the UN Sustainable Development Goals, Agenda 2063, ESP Vision 2050, Constitution of Kenya, Vision 2030, and the Medium-Term Plan 4, together with the bottom-up economic transformation agenda, were used to guide what we have within the content. Next. In chapter 2, here, this is where we have the mandate, the vision, mission, strategic goals, core values, and the policy statement. Next. In chapter 3, this is where we did a situational and stakeholder analysis. Here we did SWOT and PESO analysis, and beyond that, we looked at the stakeholder for the university, all the stakeholders from within and outside. Next. In chapter 4, this is where we identified the key strategic issues which were mentioned by the VC. Beyond that, we used the issues to define our strategic goals, and this was used to frame the key resort areas. Just as an indication, these are the 6 strategic issues which were identified, and in each of them, there is a goal and there is a key resort area. For example, institutional leadership and governance, we have the goal of effective institutional leadership and governance. The key resort area in the strategic plan here is policy, leadership, and governance. The second one is dynamic industry needs. We need to produce competitive graduates. KRA number 2, market-driven training. In number 3, sustaining research in innovation and technology transfer. And the goal becomes enhanced research, innovation, and technology transfer. The key resort area is research, innovation, and extension. At number 4 is service delivery. That is improving service delivery as a goal. And key RA4 is administration and operational services. Number 5 is financial sustainability. That is enhancing financial sustainability of the university. And the chapter 7 is about resource requirement and the resource mobilization strategies. Here we look at financial requirement, resource mobilization strategies, and resource management for the 5 years. But we go ahead and pick the first year and isolate the first year so that we can know what to do within year 1. Next. And the last chapter here, according to the guidelines, is M&D and reporting framework. So we look at the monitoring and evaluation work, performance standards, evaluation framework, and then indication of the reporting framework because we are guided by government. And the last part is appendixes. So this is the highlight which is presented here, and this is what will be launched today. I want to thank you on behalf of the VC.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Prof. I hope Professor Ikua, Professor Sila, and Professor Kimani find it in your hearts to forgive me, harakisha sana. And on a light note, earlier today I mentioned to Professor Sila, I cannot remember the last time I saw him in a suit and a tie. On a very light note, ndugu wastahiki, wazungumzaji wanaofuata, sina ruhusa ya kuharakisha. Nitaomba kwa heshima na taadhima kuu tumwalike naibu mkuu wa chansela hiki kistahiki cha kilimo na teknolojia cha Jomo Kenyatta, Profesa Victoria Wamboi Ngumi. Tukampe moyo anapokuja, na atafanya wajibu wa kumwalika mwenyekiti wa halmashauri kuu ya uongozi wa chuo hiki kutukufu, ambaye naye atampisha mgeni wetu maalum wa siku hii, Profesa Victoria Wamboi Ngumi. Asante.
Thank you very much, Registrar Academic Affairs. Our registrar is very good in Kiswahili, and we learn a lot from him. Asante sana. That's all I'm going to say. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think I want to take this opportunity to really thank all of you, because you have been very patient with our program, and it hasn't ended, it's about to end. And I'd like to take you through the final part of our program. I'd like to really start by thanking our chairman, because we have learned a lot. Have we not, ladies and gentlemen? I think each one of us saw where we can slot ourselves and what we need to do. And I know we've clapped for him, but I'd like us to do it once more as I stand here. Thank you, Chairman. And we will follow up. You gave us a few challenges. You gave me a few challenges. And I was trying to look at my DVCRPE, but he was at the corner. However, we shall discuss so that we actualize those things that you gave us to do. So thank you so much. And I would also like to take this opportunity to recognize our professors here. And I said what I mean when I say professors. All the professors who are sitting here. I was very curious to hear what our students are going to ask. And they asked very important questions. And I was saying, yes, I think we are not doing too badly, professors. They asked very important questions, and they were saying, how can I also, whatever I'm doing, how can I also reach commercialization? And I think that's the challenge before us, professors. When we're in the classroom, we must now take them to that next stage. Some of them said, this thing that you're saying, tissue culture, I have never experienced it. So I was thinking over to you, Professor Sila, and also, I don't know whether Professor Thuku Thiongo is here from Corpus. He's there. These are the people with tissue culture. Let our students also experience tissue culture and all these technologies which are before us. And all the other questions they raised, because they've had us discussing some of these very important things. But I want to thank you, all of you, for what you do for these universities and making us a research university. I think it is you, and being among the top innovators. I think I saw Engineer BK. How many innovations do we have now? $16 patents. Are we still at the top as a university? Can we give ourselves a clap for having the most innovations among universities? But that's the more reason why we need to take it to the next stage, so that we even remain at the top. So I want to now move to the next phase. I want to recognize the fact that we have a new website, and Professor Kimani has been here. He's our director ICT. Him and his team have worked tirelessly to actually raise our website to another level. Because the old website, we realized, was not selling us globally. And I think those in Senate understand what I'm saying on the issue of webometrics. So we said, let's look at our website. And they did a lot of groundwork, and they have now lifted us to another level. And he has outlined what they have done. So I think the challenge for us is when we go home, or even as you sit there, get into our website and see what he was talking about. The next thing, our policies. Policies are very important, as Professor Ikua has mentioned. Policies are the ones which give us direction as to what to do. What are the requirements as we do what we are doing? If we are talking about fee collection, we can tell our students, can you look at the fee policy which we gave you? It's also in the website, so that you see whether you're within the policy or not. When we are talking about teaching, the part-time policy and so on, alcohol and so on. So we have 12 new policies, and I want to assure members here that these, although UMB, University Management Board, actually started off with them, the Senate appointed committees which would actually look at them and then propose to the full Senate. The full Senate discussed and agreed these are good policies, and we can then take them to council, and our members of council looked at them and approved them. That's why they are here. So they've gone through the whole process, and the 12 policies are good to go. And the last one is the strategic plan, 2023-2027. I won't say much about it because Professor Sila has given a very detailed account of what we went through, but I can assure you that the University Senate actually sat and went through it. We had to go for a retreat somewhere and have a full day where we looked at each and every sentence in that new strategic plan. After we were satisfied that it is okay with the corrections which they had to do, we then invited our council for a retreat, a council retreat, and they were taken through the whole strategic plan. They participated and they said, this is good enough. But before all that, we had also met our stakeholders, people from the community and people from everywhere actually came here, and we took them through our strategic plan and they had an input. So we are ready with it, and this is the one that we are presenting here today. And without saying much more, because I know Dr. Wanyama is looking at his watch, I want to take this opportunity to invite our chairman of council to give his remarks, and also to invite our keynote speaker, our chief guest, Dr. Jemima Onsare, representative of the PS Higher Education, Dr. Beatrice Inyangala. As he comes up, I want to thank Honorable Nancy Gishungwa, who is here representing the Kiambu governor, Professor Richard Oduor, and also Professor Eucharia Kenya, and all those other guests who are here with us. Thank you very much. Karibu, Chairman. Thank you very much. Karibu, sir.
The guest, Dr. Beatrice Nyangala, who is the Principal Secretary, Ministry of Education, represented by Madam Chemima, the Excellency Governor of Kiambu, Dr. Wamatangi, represented by Madam Nancy, the University Management Board, members of faculty here, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen. I am also very pleased to be part of this important event, during which we will launch the 2023-2027 JKUAT strategic plan, a new university website, and a number of policies. The blueprints provide first governance framework to ensure the university successfully executes mandates across teaching, research, and community service functions. On behalf of the JKUAT Council, I commend the various teams that have worked meticulously to deliver the strategic plan, a new look website, and the policies. I was part of this document towards the end, and it's a very, very, very professionally and progressive policy. Because good policies are not just in a silos, they speak to other bigger policies, and this one does. Also, this policy has a very elaborate implementation plan. What I might want to say is that strategic plans are important, but even more important is the implementation, which we have already started tackling. Ladies and gentlemen, our country, and by extension the world, expects technical universities like ours to actively contribute to solving existing societal challenges through knowledge production and deployment. In my earlier talk, I promised a pitch on commercialization of research and innovation outputs as one of the most impactful ways of responding to this call. Under my leadership, we wish to use JKUAT effectively. We wish to see JKUAT effectively transition into a truly research and entrepreneurial university. Just to add that we want this university to be an Harvard of the region. We really want it to be an Harvard of the region. And we are committed, extremely committed. This means that we must strive to bring to market all our new technologies, products, and services. In doing so, we will also increasingly complement the resources that come from the state to support university operations. Luckily for us, we are not starting from scratch, which is true. Currently, JKUAT holds 72 intellectual property rights for various IP assets that include 15 patents, 23 utility models, and 29 trademarks. This is really commendable. In addition, one of the policies being launched today is the JKUAT Intellectual Property Management Policy, which provides a framework for developing, recognizing intellectual property, legal protection of intellectual property, exploitation and commercialization of intellectual property, among others. Furthermore, the JKUAT 2023-2027 strategic plan has equally laid heavy emphasis on the issue of commercialization of research and innovation products. As a council, we have devoted ourselves to ensuring that JKUAT remains competitive and sustainable. With the launch of the new strategic plan, JKUAT will draw from the unique niche areas, being the only technical and agricultural university in Kenya, to serve the development aspirations of the people of Kenya. Ladies and gentlemen, my plea to all of us is that let's differentiate ourselves uniquely so that we are the university and we have the potential to do that. And we have already made tremendous progress. We are not starting from scratch. With those few remarks, I want to thank you all and may God bless you. Now let me invite the chief guest from the Ministry of Education, Madam Kemima, to give the official remarks.
Allow me to proceed on the already established protocol. And with that, good afternoon. As you have heard, I'm here representing the PS, State Department for University Education and Research, Dr. Beatrice Nyangala, who really wanted to be here, but because of some other commitments that were inevitable, she couldn't come. Before I deliver a message, I would like also to appreciate the able chair of the council, Dr. Onsando, for the thought-provoking presentation that you shared this afternoon, which really, I'm sure it has opened up our minds and given us some direction on where to follow as we embark on implementation of the strategic plan that is being launched today. Chairman and your council, you already have, you're not starting at zero. It has been mentioned that there are already 15 patents in place. You have a ground to start on. And using the analogy that was used at the very beginning of this meeting, that is the biblical analogy of the faithful servant, I believe you will not be the servant who took the one talent that was bestowed on him until when the master came back, he brought back that one servant. You will use the resources that are available in this university, intellectual, as well as the financials that are available within, to move on this university to the next level so that JKUAT will remain as a premier institution on matters technology and agriculture. And I believe out of the 15 talents that, talents of course, the IP, are all geared towards that trajectory. With the comments that were shared by one of the professors here about the treaty that was signed several years back that hinders Africa to innovate, that should not make us shy away from going forward and proving that treaty otherwise. We have a market, we can start locally. Africa is there before we aim to other countries of the globe. And therefore, I know we have all it takes to move this university, the community around, and the nation to where it's supposed to be as we forge forward in contributing towards our Vision 2030. Now with that, allow me to read the PS message as it is, because my humble assignment here is to play the messenger role. The chairman of JKUAT Council, Dr. Micah Onsando, the university council members who are present, Honorable CEC, Kiambu County, Honorable Nancy Gishungwa, the Vice Chancellor, Professor Victoria Wambui Gumi, the DVCs, invited guests, the professors, the staff and students of this university, ladies and gentlemen, greetings from the PS. And as I mentioned, apologies from her for not making into this important event in person due to other exigencies of duty that really required her to attend in person. However, she's very much pleased to be part of this day when you are launching your 5th generation strategic plan. This momentous occasion is not only for JKUAT, but also it will go a long way in impacting positively the higher education sector in Kenya. Today's event cements JKUAT's position as one of the country's premier universities that has demonstrated a strong commitment as a veritable training, research, and innovation player focused on providing sustainable solutions for the challenges facing humanity. The Universal Sustainable Development Goals, which have been cascaded down to the African Union Agenda 2063, and further down to our national development policies, recognize education, research, science, technology, and innovation as the key essentials to stimulate competitiveness in an increasingly globalized and knowledge-based world. They play a central role in the provision of skilled human resources, innovation, and generation of new knowledge that aids in decision making at national, regional, as well as global levels. The JKUAT strategic plan being unveiled today is an important tool which will give the university an opportunity to leverage on all strategic resources in order to transform and enhance the role the university is expected to play now and in the years ahead, as we ensure the institution churns out human capital that is fit for purpose in a competitive labor market. Bearing in mind we are trailing in the current era of advancing technology, the expectation therefore is to up the game by aligning our education curriculum, innovation, and technology to attain the status that is in tandem with the fifth industrial revolution. The PS believes that the launch of this strategic plan therefore sets the university on the trajectory for success in 5 key areas. 1, the academic excellency and student success, which will aim to enhance education quality, align curriculum with industry demands, and create a supportive learning environment conducive to student success. 2, research and innovation. The expectation is to intensify efforts in driving cutting-edge research, fostering interdisciplinary collaborations, and translation of innovations into products and services that will offer solutions to the prevailing challenges. More emphasis rests on boosting technology transfer, diffusion, commercialization of new technologies that addresses the nation's development priorities. 3, community engagement and partnership. The only way institutions of higher learning will remain relevant is by contributing solutions to challenges bedeviling our country. Therefore, the PS has high hopes that the university will strategically strengthen ties with the community around, and to a greater extent, the nation and the globe through impactful research and outreach programs. The 4th aspect is institutional sustainability. The PS stresses that the fact that any progressive higher education system world over is not without challenges. However, it is the resilience and the strategic focus of the people involved that makes a difference. Therefore, she trusts that this strategic plan will lead to turnaround sustainable programs in view of the current state of the economic woes, which are orchestrated by a number of global challenges. Counts on her support for such initiatives, projects, and innovations that you have already initiated that are aiming at achieving impactful outcomes in the education sector, as well as promotion of other government development priorities. Lastly, the global engagement. Let this strategic plan elevate JKUAT's global standing through strategic international collaborations, promoting student and staff mobility, and leveraging on digital platforms to extend our global reach and impact. Cumulatively, these pillars will provide a comprehensive roadmap for JKUAT to enhance its research capacities and deepen its impact. Ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude the remarks, the PS wishes to extend her sincere applaud to all the stakeholders, especially the managers of this university, who contributed to the development of this strategic plan and the policies that are being launched today under the leadership of the Council. The Ministry of Education remains steadfast in its support for JKUAT and indeed our learning institutions across Kenya. We remain focused on creating an environment that will foster academic excellency, innovation, and sustainable development. This special occasion marks another special milestone for this university's journey in higher education sector. The PS challenges the university to move with speed and actualize the direction you have envisaged for JKUAT as espoused in this strategic plan. Thank you and hongera to the Council for steering transformative leadership to this institution, and of course management and the entire JKUAT fraternity under your leadership, Madam VC, for the limitless efforts in ensuring that the university remains one of the premier institutions of higher learning in this country. Your dedication and expertise are instrumental in reinforcing JKUAT's leadership as a role and as a cornerstone of higher education in Kenya. Keep it up, and with that, the PS now in absentia declares the strategic plan, that is the fifth generation strategic plan 2023-2027, the policies that you have developed and the website officially launched. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jemima. I want us to applaud her a little more when she takes her seat. Thank you. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we almost get into the climax of our function today. We'll be doing very brief ceremony, and that is to now unveil the website. And with that, I want to again request very humbly our chief guest, flanked by the Chair of Council, flanked by our Vice Chancellor, and of course flanked by the DVCs, and members of Council that are present as we do the ceremonial part of launching, of unveiling first the website, and secondly the 12 policies, and finally the strategic plan. And as we do the unveiling of the website, I'll request Christine Kariuki, who is the Head of Department Information Systems, to help guide in the specifics. The chief guest will be guided on the unveiling ceremony, and our Vice Chancellor will be guided on navigating a few sites in our in our website. Thank you very much. So first is the university website. Christine. So the chief guest will press a button here to unveil our new website. And there we go. Makofi. Asante sana, asanteni sana. Our Vice Chancellor will also be assisted to navigate a few sites. The About Us, JKUAT. Thank you. That's on the Tibet Institute, recently launched, and it's domiciled at our current campus. Thank you. Makofi tena. Asanteni sana. Have the necessary links now on our website. Has the resources, application portal, very important to us in academic affairs, examination center, selection, and all those resources. Thank you very much, Madam Vice Chancellor. I still wish to seek your indulgence, Chief Guest, of Council, Vice Chancellor, and all the members flanking you, so that we go straight to the launching of the 12 policies. And I want to, in this respect, request Dr. Joanne, Dr. Ross, will have a ribbon cut by our chief guest. The formal of those policies, and after that they will be handed over to the DVC Administration and Finance, who will pass them to the chief guest. The chief guest will pass them to the chief council. The chief council will pass them to the Vice Chancellor. So, ladies and gentlemen, and there we go. And the ribbon is cut. Let us celebrate. Thank you very much. They go to the chief guest first. Yes. Yes. Thank you. Another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, I still request that they remain here as we go to the ultimate. All right, those are the 12 policies. Okay. Someone to help me here. Help the leg one day. Asante. Photo. Close this gap here. All right, thank you. And the rest of the members msikonde, mtapata nakala zenu, msije kuparara. Asante. Asanteni sana. kindly remain here. Thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, cometh the hour, cometh the moment, and cometh the strategic plan. I want us to move closer to the booth. Dr. Joan, you can help me. And we'll do a countdown. And I want to be assisted by the audience. Governor, kindly. All right, thank you. So we'll do a count of 10 and something will happen. Naomba msitoroke. Thank you. And you help me, we'll do 10 to 1. So on count of 10, 10, 9, the ribbon will be cut as well by our chief guest. That is a dummy representing our strategic plan 2023-2027. There we go. The ribbon gets the axe. Is it the axe or the scissors? Let us celebrate as that happens. I like the animation. Thank you. We'll have copies again passed to the DVC Administration and Finance. We'll pass them to the Chief Guest, Chair of Council, Vice Chancellor, and the rest of the dignitaries here. A photo moment again. The representatives of Embu University, Kenyatta University, if you could join us. And let's encourage them with a clap as they come. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chief Guests. Thank you very much, Chair, Council, Vice Chancellor, the Deputy Vice Chancellors, all the guests. Thank you very much. We can resume our seats. And let us appreciate them again. And I'm told that immediately after this, the strategic plan will be available in our emails. It's already sent. Thank you. And thank you very much. Ndugu watukufu, kila kilicho na mwanzo hakikosi kuwa na mwisho. Tunakaribia kulikunja jamvi, na tunapofanya hivyo, I wish to request Professor Robert Kinyua, the Deputy Vice Chancellor in charge of Academic Affairs, to move a vote of thanks. And after that, our chaplain, Dr. Reverend Karihe, will come to give the closing prayers. And then I'll tell you what follows. Thank you. Professor Kinyua, karibu.
Thank you very much for this opportunity to pass a vote of thanks. May I just observe the protocol already established. Thank you very much, our Chair of Council and representative of the PS State Department for University Education and Research. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Yeah, we've come to the end of a very, very fruitful morning. The 4 hours have been very well spent. But these 4 hours have taken a lot of planning. Many people have been involved. And I want to thank each one of the people that has made this day a real success. And first and foremost, let me start with the representative of the PS. Thank you very much. Please pass our regards to the PS, Higher Education and Research. We really value her. I know she always comes. Actually, whenever we call her Madam Vice Chancellor, you know she comes. She's always with us in many of our activities. So thank you very much for even this opportunity to come and share her message with us. May I also pass our regards as a university to the Chair of Council, always very, very energetic and really passionate about what we need to do. Our Chair of Council, ladies and gentlemen, has a vision for this university, and a very big vision, which he doesn't shy from sharing. In every activity every opportunity he gets, he shares this vision of a great university, a lot of commercialization. You know, we've done a lot of research, but we still have a lot more to do, especially in terms of commercialization. We have, we've been told 16 patents. But if we don't do something, if we don't go beyond the 16 patents, it will be like the person we've been told who buried a talent that he was given. For us, it will be worse, because I believe we are the people who are given 5 talents. If we don't do anything, we'll be burying 5 talents. So please, let's be very careful and make sure that our talents multiply, because we already have something to start with. May I also thank Kiambu County, represented by the CSC for Education. Kiambu County is our friend, very, very, very supportive. Whenever we have issues to do with the cleanups, our students are very keen to join you, and Kiambu County comes very, very strongly into our activities. Yeah, thank you very much. Please pass our regards also to the governor. Tell him we really appreciate even in sending you to be with us. May I also thank our sister universities, representatives, Kenyatta University, our parent. For many years we've been our parent, but we think now we are growing big. We are the Gen Z, we are saying we are the ones now speaking. But of course we value your wisdom. And really we appreciate your support all the time. Kenyatta University has really given us a lot of support, even in the issues of benchmarking. You know, as a child growing, we need to know what the senior, what the parent is doing. And we always get a lot of support from Kenyatta University. Embu University, our child, we are taking care of you. Please, thank you for not forgetting us. We value you. We have many of our former students or staff who are working with you there. And we appreciate this collaboration. Among the universities, the public universities in Kenya, we value the kind of collaboration that we have. It is not damaging competition. It is very fruitful collaboration. We collaborate a lot with our universities in this republic. So thank you very much, our sister universities. JKUAT, how are you, JKUAT has been a very, very, very good supporter in terms of research, training of our staff and students. JKUAT has done a wonderful job in terms of giving us research money, even for some of these innovations you've heard about. JKUAT has supported a lot, including also opening the minds of some of our very good lecturers, some of our students who have gone to Japan and learned quite a bit on how to improve their work, and especially their research work. So thank you very much, JKUAT. We appreciate that kind of support. We also thank the various committees who have worked on various items from the strategic plan committee. It's been a lot of work, a lot of pressure from university management, and you have delivered at very, very minimal cost, let me say. It has been at very minimal cost. So really, as we were told, it's not really a matter of cost. It's about working with what you have. And because we have the brains, we are able to work at very low costs. This is where you can get people offering to spend a whole weekend for no extra pay. Just working and working and working. So thank you very much, the committee. There are those who developed the policies. Very, very, very useful committees. We sat for many hours to develop the various policies. Senate, and especially the workhorse of Senate, Dean's Committee. Dean's Committee chair has gone through all these policies word by word, interrogating what it means, what are the implications, and the deans are here. I know they have done a wonderful job making sure that what we bring to council is perfect. Yeah, so thank you very much, the Dean's Committee and the other committees. Website committee, thank you very much, and Professor Kimani and your staff. It's not been easy. Sometimes we were complaining, oh, the website is down or this and that, but we knew we were working on it. You were actually in the process of testing a number of things. So thank you very much for this wonderful new website that we have now, and we believe it will help in our university rankings. Professor Wanjohi, Professor Wanjohi, you are there. We want to thank you for bringing the spirit of innovation into this university. I know when you joined this university as a vice chancellor, we were some junior people here and we were thinking, what is this innovation about? I know you are challenging people to make 1,000 panels of solar panels. Big challenges, innovations which we thought maybe could not happen, but you challenge us, and I believe this is where these patents have come from. When you came, there was no patent. There was no patent. Yeah, so we really appreciate that push, and it's a mark. It's a mark, Professor Andre, who live in this university. The idea of patents, just to put it in our minds that we need to innovate and come up with patents. Our Vice Chancellor, thank you very much for supporting us always. People, our Vice Chancellor will just bring ideas and she will give you the support. Unless you bring your idea, you don't expect to succeed. Please bring your idea forward and see what you want. This is what we want. This is the kind of thing we want. And the Vice Chancellor is always ready to listen and to support. Many researchers who have worked on various problems and come up with these patents, I want to thank you for that work you've done. The students who have also been assisting us and challenging us always, challenging us where we go wrong, and we go wrong many times. Chair of Council and PS, sometimes we go wrong, sometimes we give them the wrong solution, the wrong answer to a solution, and they correct us. And we are very comfortable with that, with corrections that we get from the students, because we value them and we know they are sharp. These students are very brilliant, and they have the ability to actually tell us when we are wrong. Choir, thank you very much for singing and for always giving your time to practice and sing, and I know you're also preparing for our graduation on Friday the 28th. And finally, I wish that we thank our Almighty God. You know, we have an opportunity God has given us to be alive in this generation, to show what we are made of, you know, to give our contribution. Why are you alive? It's a very difficult question, but why are you alive? Surely, what contribution can we leave? You know, there are people who have lived many years. Even in career, we remember a man called Methuselah, 969 years. The only thing he did was to have sons and daughters. I don't think he even contributed to intellectual knowledge. So why live for all these years and the only thing you give is just sons and daughters? Let's... ladies and gentlemen, we have an opportunity to contribute much more than sons and daughters. And we thank God for giving us that life. So I want us to appreciate everyone with a clap. There are many claps, types of claps I've heard about. This time I want us to remind ourselves of the Nyayo clap. If you remember the Nyayo clap, used to be in my years in the 80s and 90s. Nyayo clap, for those who don't know a Nyayo clap, you just clap. Oh, yeah, okay. Moja, mbili, tatu, funga. That was a Nyayo clap. Thank you very much.
Praise the Lord. We thank God for DVCAA for quoting Methuselah. Praise the Lord. Yeah, he did a wonderful thing. He had sons but we can have more. I love that. I think I'm quite amused about it. I want us to read from the book of Psalm 121 as we do our closing prayer. I lift up my eyes to the hills. From where does my help come from? My help comes from the Lord who made heaven and earth. He will not let your foot be moved, but who keeps you will not slumber. Behold, he who keeps Israel will neither slumber nor sleep. The Lord is your keeper. The Lord is your shade on your right hand. The sun will not strike you by day, and the moon by night. The Lord will keep you from all evil. He will keep your life. The Lord will keep your going out and your coming in from this time forth and forevermore. Let us pray. God, we thank you for bringing us to the end of the launching ceremony and the commercialization seminar. We commit this strategic plan, the website, the policy, to your hands for you to enable us to implement the same. We pray that you are going to enable us to manage all the challenges that may emerge as we implement the plan. We thank you for the timely commercialization seminar that helps us to focus ahead as we do our strategic plan, we commit the council, the university management, and all the management for leadership and guidance as we implement the above said policy, the website, as well as the strategic plan. We want to begin this with God. We lift our eyes unto you, for it is from you where our help comes from. We want to engage ourselves in doing the best that we can. Help us not to bury our talents. Help us to do the best, so that at the end, your name will be honored, your name will be glorified as we grow to greater heights of development and achievements in Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology. Help us to live to our name. This we ask and believe in Jesus' name.
Amen.
May we stand for the word of grace. And now, may the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ and the love of God and the fellowship of the Holy Spirit be with us now and forevermore. Amen. God bless you abundantly. Thank you for coming.
Thank you, Rev. Let's appreciate Reverend Karehe. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to request that we allow the Vice Chancellor and our guests to exit first. That is the council chair and the members. The invited guests to exit first, and members of the strategic review, members of the strategic plan review committee, the chaplains, the union leaders, join our Vice Chancellor and our guests in the staff cafeteria, and Professor Wanjohi too.
Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology is a leading public university in Kenya located in Juja town, 36 kilometers northeast of Nairobi. JKUAT has carved a niche for herself in Kenya and the region as a center of global excellence in the fields of agriculture, engineering, technology, enterprise development, built environment, health sciences, social sciences, and applied sciences. JKUAT has 5 colleges offering over 400 academic programs. The colleges of Engineering and Technology, Health Sciences, Pure and Applied Sciences, Agriculture and Natural Resources, and Human Resource Development. To apply as a self-sponsored student, visit our admission website admission.jkuat.ac.ke for any queries. Feel free to call our contact center on 0709 715 815. You can also reach us through our social media platforms at Discover JKUAT on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. Email customercare@jkuat.ac.ke or check out our YouTube channel at Discover JKUAT. JKUAT, setting trends in higher education, research, innovation, and entrepreneurship. Karibu JKUAT.